game because I forgot to check like I was supposed to. So I'll check now.
Magsden, thanks for the follow.
Somebody obviously
I
rolled
have-
really bad.
I have.
It's playing our old game. Why is it not playing the new one? Oh, here it goes. Alright. Oh, here it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this all the people we're gonna get today? High sulfur. Solo will be. We are. Where's Sohani? Yeah, we should do that. Rangor's common to be a bit late. He probably isn't stuck in traffic again. This has been a thing. Do we start without them? Do we wait for them? What you guys want to do? It's good with me. Alright. I have no problem. So, Wisp, did you show up so that Rangor couldn't turn you into a lich and resurrect you 100 times? I showed her the link. Rangor really was talking about it. Yep. He specified he was going to find a way to use the clone spell at the same time. So if her clone survives after she's turned into a lich and she doesn't stay a lich for too long, she could eventually maybe become human again. Or dwarvish again in this case. Of course. Ethan volunteers to accidentally kill her clone, too. What do you think, Rangor? I don't know if I understood a word he said. Alright. So Selhani, still not here. Solaris, we know will show back up. That's okay. Let's see, where did we leave off? Okay. So, yes. Let's see how distracted you guys are. You have multiple things you could do, and very few... What was that? Could be the first start. So, you guys are still here at the Dagger Fort. And, you guys, last I checked, just finished killing everybody. Have been given a little bit of information. Back and forth, you guys tried to kill Telos and are telling me that he is not actually dead, so we have to decide somewhere down the road if he is or not. Okay. Well, so that's going to be a strange controversy to figure out what goes on in the future. Now, you guys are right. You guys are in the middle of a giant burning fort, and you have a couple of decisions to do. Rangor, who I'm sure is just he has not had alcohol in a week, so yeah. But he only doesn't want it because he wants to kill the squiddies first. And you guys happen to know you're right next to a tunnel that leads directly to that squid-infested town. As well as you were given some hint about a school not far off that is going to be destroyed. And see if you can save it. You've also been told that there's money to be made down in Perth. As well as you have the contract, as you stated, to go back to Mythborough and turn in for some coins. There's also the dragons for you guys to go hunt down and kill. As the leader of the group, I would like you to just make the decision. The leader of the group. And none of you volunteered. It was on purpose, I'm sure. Frog is funny. Oh. Nice. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. I believe it. All right. Ethan takes off. Okay. School is on a time limit. Remember, it's at least a day travel back to Mythborough. Since how you guys still never decided to buy that horse and cart. It depends. If you all had horses, yeah. There was reasons behind the cart. Magically, you happen to know that there is an item in this game called balls. I don't know if they're useful for what you would like, but they do exist. Rangor, save us! I'm gonna go wash out my eyes. No, my eyeballs need washed. I promise. So, Rangor, you are now officially the party leader. All right. So you guys start off towards Smithborough. Wow, this sounds like a first. You all agreed on something. Let's go. Rangor stands and stomps his foot a few times and says, "Beer this way." Wow. All right, so you guys all go ahead to Mythborough. A day passes. Vampires, both of you get +1 hunger. Grim, of course, is off in La La Land, who knows what, hunting. Staying close to the party, but not actually there. I don't know what's wrong with your mic either, Rangor. Try popping out of the channel and coming back in, maybe. Alright. So you guys get back into Mythborough, and this will probably be your last time here for a while, so get what you think you need. You do happen to go back, right? You do happen to get back into town. The sign does not specify who to bring back the quest to and to show proof. So you all assume to go to the jailhouse. Unless one of you has another idea. Okay. It's fine. Maybe he's playing with his balls. Alright. Right. Alright. Wow. Okay. So Peter walks up to the jailhouse, opens the door. The door practically falls off its hinges as he opens the door. Clearly, the craftsman, whoever put this together, did a very bad job. So you go inside. There's a guy standing behind a half-smashed desk. Says, "Greetings. We're not fully back up and ready yet. Did you need to lock yourself up or somebody else?" Show him the sign. He goes, "Oh, the bandits. Right. About them. See, somebody else already showed up about an hour ago, stating that they cleaned it up. Well, it was this little goblin guy with one hand. You know, them goblins all look the same. Nope, not really sure on that one. He's probably not far. You know, he might be hanging around town. You know, I didn't happen to ask. Something about his god, doing a quest for his god or something, just happened to stumble upon the bandits and take care of them. And he holds up this shoulder pad. He goes, "See, this emblem here is of the Dark Iron Dwarves, and this is what he brought us." No, it's completely dwarven shaped. Perhaps. Yeah. Right. Well, so here's the deal. I kind of already paid him, if you know what I mean. So if you want to take this up with him, you can. I gave him like 500 gold. So I assume that's pretty good wages, if you know what I mean. I should have spent the gold on this building, you know. Um, he's also got a couple of magic rings I threw in there. One of the people who died in the last riot had them on. Kind of strange rings. Couldn't figure out how to get them to work myself. He might be trying to pawn them at the enchanter's place, though. He didn't seem to be interested in them. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, what? Well, since our Solhani's not here right now to ask, I don't know. I know it's possible for Solhani to get it, as well as Rangor. Where is Rangor? I thought he was supposed to come back. Oh, okay. So, I know that they have the possibility of having something of that sort. I also know that Salhani has not yet learned Scry. I did ask that specifically just recently. Okay.
Yeah, let's go check the enchanters.
So everybody's going to the enchanter?
He might be at the tavern as well, so if you guys go to the enchanters, I'm gonna try and just do a general asking around the town, see if anyone's actually seen him.
Okay. Let me double check here. I think, yeah, I turned the settings off. Weird. Dynamic lighting, turn that off. Save.
So we just need someone to sneak up on him, slit his throat, and then release his body out of curiosity.
Who's the sneakiest of us all?
And either just like make sure to touch him and burn his body to become ash. And thus spread across the air. I'm sick of
Contain
him.
him and not kill him?
No, because he just stole 500 gold from us. He attempted to murder a large majority of us. He got both Wrangler and I on the brink of death. I don't know if there was a few other people, but he definitely was ordering those men to very well hurt us. Connie as well.
Maybe we can help him somehow, or just like.
Assuming he wants help. Assuming he wants help. He actually said in that orb that he wanted us to kill him.
Yeah,
So that would be helping him.
Let's do the thing.
Let's not enslave. You could be much better than Cosmo.
Yeah.
Sure.
Make it clean more and won't have to suffer.
Mm-hmm.
You've been saying that for how long?
Mm-hmm. He's lost.
Just looks around and tries to see if Ethan is overhearing all this.
Ethan's overhearing all this is a very distinct visual.
Okay.
Ethan, why did you think it was good to go into that bandit camp all on your own?
So Ethan's gonna insist that you guys just leave town? Is that what I'm hearing?
That was the one on the time limit, so that's Ethan's top priority.
Saving people.
And I know, Solo, you wanted to check out a ring. How about you hit up Enchanter and see if he's there?
So Solo going to the enchanter alone, or is somebody going with me? Or with him?
I will go with you.
Okay.
Do a search generally around the town, ask around, see if they heard anyone.
I'll go straight over to the tavern.
Okay. So we have one person going to the tavern, one person randomly walking around town, and the other one going to the enchanter.
Two. The Enchanter and
Oh, Wisp. I didn't hear Wisp. Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, I'm just going to use this party icon, and we're going to say it's the two of you. There is actually events in each of these areas, so because you guys showed up here, I will tell you that, yes, there is a goblin here, the specific goblin the guy was mentioning. checking out some magic items and reading a few books. So, for Solaris and Wisp, you guys got... When you show up, is there anything particular you want to ask? Just look for magic items, talk to the goblin himself.
Do we recognize the goblin?
He does look very familiar. The missing hand is odd, but you can't really put a name on it. More like it's almost as if somebody cast a memory spell on you and tried to erase the name.
Again.
That's if I don't remember with the history stuff.
You can.
Eleven.
11. You try really hard, and you've seen this goblin before.
Because of the whole sales debacle, and then I saw his farm, and then I'm just gonna say, hey, I'm gonna talk to that guy, and you get what you want, but we peruse around, and I'm gonna talk to him now. And then I go to the goblin and say, hey, how's it going?
Before he goes off, I want to reach into my pocket and slide one of those bracelets around Solaris' wrist.
Okay. Sure. Solaris, do you accept her randomly trying to slide a bracelet on your wrist, or... Okay.
Was that a no?
He says he's allowing you to do it. Okay. So, Solaris now has a bracelet. I'll have to find a way to share that to him in a minute. As you go walk up to the goblin and you say, hey, he looks at you and goes, ah, who are you? I'm busy here. Gotta kill me a dragon.
What? You're gonna fight a dragon?
Hey! Well, I gotta get me a party first, but yeah, I gotta look up how to kill a dragon first, and then, we're gonna go kill a dragon.
Party with members and asking you to try to doing that. You wanna join us?
Well, what's a pay?
Well, I don't really know, but you can come with us and find out. The person that runs this really knows more details I don't really know.
Do you know how to kill a dragon? Have you ever killed one before?
I fought my hardest and I survived. Well, here comes the boss.
What was that, Rangor? Or I thought that was Rangor.
I think that was a lucky that I had on the
Oh, okay.
so I did. Yeah. So I just say, yeah, I fought my hardest and I survived.
All right. Well, um, I guess that'll do. I mean, you survived a dragon. They're pretty mean creatures,
Yeah, I fought them by myself, unfortunately, but two of my other friends helped me. But I don't know.
Wouldn't happen to be that red dragon that flew in here and attacked this town, would it? Yeah, I heard all about that dragon. A lot of people trying to tell me about, how they all fought it and it made it scare away and stuff.
You join us, definitely. We would be able to take it down together, but everything's fine, so it could be difficult. Would you agree?
Well, I mean, it could be. You ain't never seen me fight before. I mean, my gear's a little shoddy right now, but I got these magic rings. Not really sure what they're useful for. But I was going to talk to these two people here and, see if they can identify them for me, maybe. But I tell you what, I'll trade you these rings for, let's say 50 gold.
I know about the first because I got beat by a guy who gave me a stupid cost.
Alright. Here's the deal. You pay whatever the cost is for whatever they charge to identify, and then I'll charge you 50 gold. That way we both know what they do, and my price is set even without knowing.
And all I have to pay is 50 gold.
50 gold pieces. I'm here in front of these two. They're overhearing me. They both nod, yeah. Great. See, it's a deal.
Can I not pay if I don't like what they did?
Yeah, I mean, it's a business transaction. If you don't pay, you don't get the deal. I mean, you don't get the item. I mean, I keep the item, obviously.
Fine. And I keep the money.
Cool?
Cool.
All right, you go ahead and pay them for the identify.
Then all I have to do is 50 gold pieces for the item. I ain't paying off the identify.
I said I'd take the cost out of the item. You just got to pay them up front. That's part of the deal. That's the little bit you got to wager. The guy's like, dude, it's only like 30 silver. I mean, it's nothing. No. That's the that's Simon standing there at the counter. He's just saying, we don't charge much for our identify.
How much is identify to be charged for?
30 silver. 30 silver. That little goblin just doesn't have any pocket coins, he claims, and didn't want to cough up 30 silver.
Alright, I put in 30 silver.
Alright. Come goes, alright, I didn't think you guys were going to do it. Alright, here's the two rings. I'm going to put them on the desk. Alright. Tell us what we got. And the guy's like, yeah, alright. And he spends 10 minutes and muttering to himself, and you watch as the rings glow and magic colors fly everywhere off the rings. And he looks really puzzled. He goes, well, I want to tell you that they're great. I mean, they're amazing. Each of these rings will both give you +1 to your dexterity. Now, there's a catch to it, though. Each ring must be on a different person. That person must be within 60 feet of you for this dexterity bonus. If you guys exceed that 60 feet, the bonus is nullified.
Now you're thinking about any theater and the two just hitting people up at the same time. Alright, that would be pretty cool. What's the catch?
Well, it's not cursed, so we can't remove that little side effect if you wanted to remove curse. It's you keep it all or you keep nothing.
So if you remove curse, what does that do? Because he doesn't really know much about magic.
Okay, so the way it works is we have special magic that removes curses from items. And the only thing those do is they remove curse. We also have a disenchantment spell, which removes all magic from an item. Basically, the remove curse is not going to affect this particular item. You still have to be within 60 feet of the other person wearing a ring for you both to get +1 dexterity.
Okay, well, thank you so much, sir. So is that with all three of the rings, or just one of them?
There's only 2 rings here, and it's the same on both. They're linked to each other.
So, how much are, well, I go back to the goblin and say, how much you said again?
Colin said, Well, if you don't remember, 75.
Don't make me fat slap you.
50 it is. You do remember. Aren't you a sharp one?
Yeah, sharp. Can I get a insight test to see how shady this guy is?
Go ahead.
14 total.
Okay. Um, he looks completely shady. Well, sir, we already come to a deal. You mean this guy heard you and me agree on it? That lady over there heard you and me, and he points to the dwarf. I'm sure that short one heard us agree on this already.
That's true, but I paid 30 silver for this thing identification.
Yeah, all right. So I cut the 30 silver off the top end, like I agreed.
So, you know what? 30 silver is actually 3 gold pieces.
Are you trying to deceive him?
Nope, because 10 silver is 1 gold piece.
So the way we're gonna play this is, regardless, unless you're trying to talk him down officially, the way that you're playing this is you're gonna pay the 30 silver to the shopkeeper, and then you're gonna turn around and pay the goblin everything but the 30 silver to equal 50 gold in total. I just want to make sure that's in your head. That's what he's asking for.
So basically 47 gold pieces.
Okay. So regardless, there's 50 gold out of your pocket by the end of it.
Wow. I deal with deal fine. I give him 47 only because I have 40 pounds. That's it.
Okay. The goblin leaves the rings on the counter and starts walking off. Looks at the dwarf, goes, "You one of them barbarian chicks, aren't you?" "Yeah, I met your dwarven kind not long ago. They taught me some of that too." "Are you one of those ones that holds totems, or are you the ones that just get really mad?" Wisp, are you there? The goblin's asking you.
Yeah. So Wish is just like turns and stares blankly and goes, huh?
Goblin looks, goes, "Tell you the truth, I think you need one of those rings better than he does. I mean, last I checked, them barbarian types, they use that dexterity for defense, don't they?" Wisdom. Nope, nope, perception. Not much at all. You're kind of just letting him talk in your ear. He goes, "Well, I can see you're just like all them rest of them dwarves. You're not really wanting to talk to us goblin folk too much. Tell the Great Wild Mother I said hi." And he walks off.
Alright. And then I talk to the shopkeeper and ask, hey, I heard that there was a magic item.
"Yeah, of course we got stuff like that. If we don't in the back, I can have one conjured here. Might take about a week or so. Um,
Okay, that would be fair. Can you guys ship it to any other place that I go to?
well, I mean, you got to tell us ahead of time where you're going, and then there's shipping time to get there. So as long as you're there when the item arrives, yeah, absolutely, you'll get it."
Okay, um, probably 100 a week or something like that.
You didn't ask a price or pay him?
Oh yeah, I forgot. How much is it?
Yeah, he goes, yeah. Well, ring of protection, you're just looking about standard durability. Um, well, this particular ring that I have will cost me about 300 after ring and material costs. We can lower that if you do have any material or materials I could use for the enchantment, but it's about 300 gold using all my own materials and such.
Yeah, I don't have that. Never mind. And I broke out the appointment ticket. Well, just continuing.
Okay. I assume you guys are going to head back toward the meeting point at this point, since how Wisp said she's not really shopping.
Alright, so
Okay.
one second.
Telos, on the other
What
hand,
rage?
go ahead.
Oh, I have a quick thing. It says plus one to dex. In my mind, I'm just like, wait a minute. Does it mean like score or like modifier?
Your
Is it
score.
modifier?
It's the
Oh,
full score before modifier.
oh, plus four modifier.
Uh,
Alright.
not the modifier. It's going to be your regular score. So when you're trying to get up to 20 to get that modifier, that's what you're trying to get. So it's going to give you just one regular dexterity point.
For the modifier, yeah. Because the reason why I'm asking is because my thing is maxed already. That's why.
Oh, so then it wouldn't affect you at all.
Alright.
But it affects Wisp.
Hmm?
It definitely works for Wisp or possibly Peter.
Yeah, I'm gonna give the ring to Wisp and Peter. That's it.
Okay. Or are you just going to hand it to her while you're standing there, or?
While we walk in there.
Okay. Wisp. Solaris walks off and
Sorry.
hands you a ring. Just here. I don't need it.
I toss it to her. Toss it and then walk away disappointed.
I look at it in confusion and I put it in my pocket.
Okay.
On the way back,
Walking off.
Okay.
I look at it, I squint, I bite it, I wonder what's up with Solaris. I bite the ring, I'm like, not even that pretty, what's going on? And then I think, oh, never mind, I'll ask Ethan.
Okay. Um, Peter, you went to around town randomly asking people about the goblin, right?
Yes, I was trying to look around for him since I expected it's been an hour and I didn't know if he was for sure going to be at that magical.
Yeah. Sure. Um, why don't you go ahead and roll an investigation check to see what you find? Five. Peter walks around aimlessly through the streets, kind of shy, not wanting to talk to anybody specific. They all seem to be too shady for his likes. And you don't come across any goblins.
Yeah. I'm just gonna try and find Solaris then.
Okay. Ethan, you said you went into the tavern. Is that correct?
Oh, no, I didn't. I have no idea where I'm going to. Ethan is just honestly trying to find a favorite spot with some friends, so, well, not friends, but talk to his not God, basically.
Okay. Sure. Is there anything particular you're going to say to this not god, or?
Maybe like the specific how exactly is he supposed to put the symbol on the people if there's a badge on
Okay. So the god, actually, you start ranting and saying, my not god, and blah, blah, blah. And he pops up right behind you, in fact, taps you on the shoulder. Why are you yelling, small child? Please, calm yourself. I gave you information. I just need you to spread the word of my existence and that I'm a deity. That's the main goal. If you are honestly going to help try to spread the symbol, as I suggested, remember the people that you give the symbol to are going to be the closest people to me. They're going to get my gifts first. And so they're going to become the most powerful underneath you. And when you give him the sign, and he hands you a special pen that you've never seen before, he goes, use this to engrave upon their skin. And when you've completed engraving it, dump this ink, and he hands you a second bottle of green ink. Dump it on the engraved area, and it will forevermore bear my mark. Now, mind you, if you dump too much, you'll just have to get more, at which point I will have to send you to the location to retrieve more. I'm not going to give it to you next time. There's enough for 7 people in this bottle, if you're careful.
Wait, so I poke people with this thing, and people and kind of wave the pen around, and then just literally just splash your whatever with this bottle of stuff.
Oh yeah, you have to draw the symbol, and he hands you a piece of paper. Remember, it looks just like this, the one on the back side of your hand, but you can use this if you don't want to use the drawing on your hand. You just give them that symbol and put it on their hand. They have to be willing. If you forcibly place it on somebody's hand or the person's dead, then it doesn't work. The people have to be alive, and they have to be willing to accept me as their god. So you just have to spread the word of me.
And what was that you were saying about like they'll be like my followers or something?
Yeah. So that's kind of how it works. They're going to come to you for advice, and you're going to come to me for advice.
And how do you just use me for advice if that's the case, and then like can cut out all the effort and misunderstanding and all that other stuff people just do, right?
Yeah, but see, I'm very busy, and I got my own stuff to do as well. So,
Am I your only follower? What other stuff are you doing?
well, you're trying to kill dragons. I'm trying to kill dragons. You know, we're both along the same thing.
You're trying to kill dragons. Okay, what is going on? You know, I don't even know what your philosophy is, man. Could you like give me a little bit more about something I can tell about you?
Sure, I'm a wanderer. The main thing is I'm wandering from this plane to the next, trying to take out evil beings. I'm trying to stop them from coming to this plane of existence, and I need power. In order to acquire the power I need believers. In several different realms, the only way you can remain powerful is with enough faith from people from other realms. And this realm is the best realm to get that faith. In turn,
Yeah, but like,
what?
sorry, go on.
I was going to simply say, in turn, I can grant you all gifts, magic and otherwise. Physical items in this case, or, different spells and abilities, perhaps. But not one person, part of the religion, will be nearly as powerful as you. I will grant you the most abilities, and I will not give it to anybody else.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but like, so you wander around and kills the bad guys, but you know, the other gods have this thing about them that makes them different.
Well, I guess you'll have to embellish other facts about me. I mean, you see me, I wear, black and red outfit. I have this symbol not only engraved on my hand as well, but it's, engraved in red on my cloak, and he flashes you his cape. See that? And, we're going to just have to wing it. We'll learn this as we go. I'll give you advice as I figure it out.
Okay, like have you defeated a dragon at least, and I can say these are powerful.
I've defeated a few demons.
So you're a demon slayer. Okay. I guess I can try and get back into that.
Okay, well, look, kid, the less they honestly know about me, the easier this usually works. Most people don't really care. You just tell them I'm a blessed one, and I'm gonna grant them boons of awesomeness, and they come flocking to you, or at least that's what the other gods do. So, give them what information you have to give them, but exaggerate. Feel free. You come up with some cool things like, yeah, I got the ability to resurrect people, which I don't. And, you never know. I might actually acquire that ability. It's kind of the way gods work. Or at least that's what I'm told. Anyways, we'll work this out later. How about it?
Later when?
Yeah, when you get more followers. I see you kind of sort of told one guy already. He's not quite a follower, but I'll count him. He was cool to have the tat.
Yeah. What about, I guess it's your expectation.
Just remember, whatever you tell about me, you're going to have to back up. So even if I can't fulfill it, I'm going to rely on you to prove that I can do it. Because you're the leader of this new thing.
Ethan's gonna side eye him. He's like, all of us are just
At least this one is, for sure. It is a pyramid scheme. That's exactly it.
oh goodness. Yeah. Okay. Well, in case I need to call you again, what am I supposed to do?
Well, you have to be alone, like you are now. Nobody can be around you. And it works best, preferably for you. Just touch the symbol on your hand. I can hear just about anything you say if the symbol's glowing. But I'm not going to respond or show up to you like I am now unless there's nobody around. Gods work best if I can't be seen.
Okay. And one little more thing. And he holds out his hand. Where's my book?
You're what?
You said the first one I get, I'll get a thing, right? And you said you found
Oh.
it. The guy was attacking.
Oh. Oh, right. Hold on. Let's
And your
see.
name. And your name.
And my name. Right. Right. I am the Wanderer. You can call me Chuck.
Is Chuck your name though?
No.
Then you're not fulfilling it, are you?
The name is on the item.
Seriously.
I just
You couldn't even go for like Charles, the more fancy name. You went for Chuck.
yes, because he was just throwing a random name out.
You were like seriously
Yummy.
right that like Charlie, Charles, Chuck. It's all like the same name.
I just told you that he said it wasn't really his name. I was just trying to throw her off. He goes, all right. He looks at her and says, okay. Or him, whatever. So, I did give you a boon. I gave you that special ink set. Mind you, that's expensive and hard to acquire. Second of all, my name. Do you really need my name? As I stated, if you just call people, or call me by the Wanderer, which is what I go by, more people are going to believe it. But,
Yeah, but you told me you're going to give it, so.
alright. Just don't hand it out to anybody else, okay? My real name is Julius II.
Julius, who's Julius first?
My father, of course.
And where exactly are you from? I kind of need your autograph.
Wow. I'm from here.
From Missboro, okay.
Well, not necessarily Mythborough, but the Greymane Empire. I was born near Mount Moonfall, and specifically, my house is on the top of the mountain. So,
And when exactly am I going to be able to visit?
as soon as you can climb the mountain.
Okay, the mountain of the dragon, is it?
No, it's Mount Moonfall. It's south of here. Tallest mountain in the country, pretty much on the entire continent, in fact. No normal mortals can climb it. It's really difficult. I had to have a Pegasus fly me up there.
Wasn't that one of the dragon that's supposed to be, hold on.
No.
Yeah, it's the one that's dragon supposed to be.
No, that's the Dragon Peak. That Dragon Peak mountains are further south, and they're a little bit shorter.
Okay, so like any family that I need to be very young, their child is
Well, my father, Zemnion, he's the god of lightning. He's as much of a he became a real god. I mean, he's actually worshipped in other countries around this continent.
Okay, what country?
Well, specifically the southern countries. You ask a lot of questions for a small child. Okay.
Not that small, okay?
You certainly look it. So he is worshipped specifically in Olin, but some few people still worship him in Nahim, and he's also worshipped on the other islands out there. I really don't follow my father too much. I'm trying to, create my own thing. I can only ascend to godhood.
I'm gonna give him a look and just like.
Yeah, so if they're gods, they've reached enough power that they no longer have a lifespan and can resurrect themselves. For the most part, I mean, there's some limitations even to gods, but for the most part, they're pretty much unkillable, which is what I'm trying to reach. I'm trying to accomplish, their status. Well, I don't know that, honestly. My father never told me, and he raised me himself. I'm sure there's one out there somewhere.
We just kind of stopped for a while, and then after that, kind of like pat his shoulder and was like, "It's okay, we'll come."
Yep, maybe. You know, this is a great time. I'm going to leave you here. And he vanishes.
Yeah, that. God damn it! Didn't even tell me where I'm supposed to get this thing.
He gave you ink.
Yeah, but in case he needs more,
Then he'll tell you where to go after that.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, but Ethan was still kind of cursing him, so.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Peter, back to you finally. Okay.
Probably go into the enchanter to find.
I forgot one thing. You're going to find Solaris. You run into Solaris and Wisp.
Talos?
Well, you do actually happen to see him walk the opposite direction from Solaris and Wisp.
I look at both of them. I look back at Talos. I look back at them. I look back at Talos. I look back at them.
Can we see him now?
Peter totally remembers because of.
If I notice people looking.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Wisp. I want to see that. 6. You have no idea.
It's gonna take 4 points of psychic damage for I don't know.
Wow. Okay.
Just looking at this whole thing.
Mind you, when you're seeing this goblin walk off, you are visibly confused. To you, it appears like it's the dwarven version of Talos walking off, completely full, no missing parts, walking away.
And that's fine. He can still be killed. Hey, Talos.
And Solaris, you happen to look back to see if Talos is behind you, and all you see is the goblin walking off and ignoring him.
Trust me. Anyway, Talos. I'm trying to highlight.
Okay, as you guys chase down this goblin to Mitsu. Mitsu, you walk into the tavern. Is there anything particular you're looking for or expecting to find at the tavern? I'm assuming Raingor's with you.
I'm not sure. Doing a cursory look to see if I see a goblin with one.
Okay. Well, you do happen to see a goblin in there, but they have 2 hands.
And then there's
The goblin also is female, and you recognize them.
as in the goblin that got us thrown in jail. Phoebe.
It is Phoebe.
Ranger, did you actually come with me or just
Yay!
I defend my with this because my other 2 white ones just are not working. I think there's something wrong with my aux cord.
That does suck.
Aspen? Do you recognize that? Who that is?
Yep, should I roll for that?
History if you are unsure.
All goblins look the same to me.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely recognize Phoebe. You weren't here for the first timeline, but this definitely looks exactly like the goblin. They got the rest of your party thrown in jail and was very kind to you as you were gently placed in a prison for minimum sentence.
Hey, that's the one that got mad at me for being with you guys who had a car full of dead bodies in that weird town, right?
Yes.
That's this weird town. We're in that weird town right now.
Oh, this weird town didn't turn out that bad.
But that's what it is. That's the exact town we're in.
Yeah.
That's just what he's describing it as.
Memories. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I recognize that goblin. The kid goblin.
So we probably should avoid her and just go get in contact with everyone else. I'm currently wearing a mask anyway because we are using masks occasionally. I'm not sure what. Oh, that's right. Grey Road is originating the lake, right?
With the pain with Wade, yeah. In this one, I was working the entire time. I was up at the church.
Oh no. I meant like the last time we came to Midboro because David.
Oh yeah.
It's sad. So Grey Growth, I know that you're not drinking any alcohol, but I'm sure they have non-alcoholic stuff if you like. You can go over to sit down while we eat, and you have to keep an eye out for bloody critters and out of the table if you're the one being problem.
And then the trail, right?
Not necessarily immediately, but that is the goal. Eventually, follow them out. We'll figure it out.
But I'm okay with it. For now.
We just have to be smart. We can't do talk, especially with that goblin. You know, the Baxter's there, and I don't want to have to kill all the guards one more time.
Or, that goblin can't put us in jail if that goblin is dead as well. Putting that out there.
Let's wait till we can get a hold of.
And then we burn the entire town down.
That might be effective.
We know when it did.
We prevented it from being burned the first time we were here. We're not going to burn it down now.
That's what this town owes us. We deserve to burn it down.
Oh yeah. Sure, that's a 5 silver a platter.
Okay, I'll get 2 of them.
Sweet. Do you need any drinks to go along with that?
What kind of, no, well, Rangor, go ahead and order the drink you want. I'll pay for it.
Water.
Water.
Water, you don't want like milk or anything?
Nope.
Okay.
All right.
Squidward. I'm drinking water.
All right, we got 2 kinds of water. We got brown water and we got the trough water out front where the horses go.
I mean, they're both honestly the same thing.
Kinda, yeah. They come.
So gross. Brown water might actually be safer because, other animals are drinking out of it.
Yeah, but then again, if the animals are drinking out of it, then I would survive.
Fine, get the trough water for him.
Yeah,
Reggie does it so much on him.
And he's the example of the no. He can become an animal. Trough water, perfect.
He grabs a mug and kind of dips the mug down in this brown water. You still see bits of food and stuff in it and hands it over to Rangor. Trust me, this is nicer than the trough water. He'll like this. It'll fill his belly good.
Oh, don't forget to chew it before you swallow.
It. I just gotta tell you, slurping it down is like a very thin brown gravy with like meat chunks and bread pieces and all kinds of things in it. It smells. It smells nearly like vomit. All right.
Is that better than the trough water? Okay. Whatever. Do you have any kind
For the lady, absolutely. 10 silver, and I'll give you my finest stein, the clean one, in the corner.
Why?
Okay, so how much was it for this brown water?
That's on the house.
Okay, good. Alright, so I'll give you my 20 silver.
All right, here you go. And you get a nice large pint of very fine elven wine. It tastes as smooth as can be, almost no negative smell from the alcohol in it. It's just like a pure berry sweetness as you drink it.
Alright, so we sit on the corner away from the goblin lady, wait for our food. Not sure if you're coming to feed it or not. And I will keep an eye on her the entire time to make sure that she, like, casually, she doesn't know that I'm watching. Just to make sure that she's still looking in our direction.
That's fine. While you guys eat, you happen to look through a window because of the direction you're facing, past her, and you happen to see another hooded character hastily coming towards the tavern. That by itself is not truly alarming. But the fact that you have Peter running after this and Solaris and Wisp kind of jogging behind Peter, that kind of caught your attention.
Is Peter chasing someone? Is Peter David or is he chasing?
Oh,
Who knows? It may be the farmer.
Ouch.
In any case, throughout the continent, so yeah.
Ouch.
I don't mean anything bad by it.
You did it, Peter. You did it.
Totally did. He didn't mean it in that way. It's just that Jesus Christ.
it's definitely in that way.
Yeah, people. I know that it is, but that's not why I said it.
All right, Selhani, what are you doing while everybody's doing their thing? We haven't heard from Alex all night. What's Alex? You're just praying? Are you outside the tavern? Are you in a park?
Wherever they all went. Yeah, I'll go into the park. I'll go into the bookstore, right?
Sure.
The outdoor bookstore or whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Shady Maiden. And that's where Solo and Wisp were originally.
Yeah, I'm just going there, meditating, praying.
Okay. I'll just make sure your icon's over there so I have an idea of what's going on. And everybody else is over here. All right. So, Mitsu, I'm going to start this with you. Peter and them are close to catching up, but that goblin's not necessarily in a huge hurry, but he's kind of moving at a decent speed. And it looks like he might be getting to the tavern before they catch him. What is your reaction to this?
So do I see him walking into the tavern as I see the other, as Peter and everybody chasing after him?
Well, you're in the tavern, so yeah, he doesn't seem to notice the other people, and he's like coming towards the tavern. You're pretty positive he's coming straight here.
I'll hang out and wait for him to come in.
Okay. Rangor.
Okay, well, I am talking for Rangor, apparently.
Rangor, I need you to roll a Constitution check. Unfortunately, Rangor is very sick to his stomach. Something between the water, which actually tasted better than the food. He's pretty sure he got food poisoning somewhere along the line.
What is wrong with them?
I was actually thinking like
Rangor, I wish I could hear you over Mitsu. What was that?
I'm sorry. I know I'm so loud.
it's okay. I risked advantage on poison save.
Fine, go ahead and roll at advantage. All right, you're still very upset to your stomach, but you're not to the vomiting level anymore. Because it was very bad food. Pretty sure the guy serving him is trying to kill him.
He wouldn't be the first one to try.
Okay.
My food's okay, but his food isn't?
I drank my food.
Or is... We ate the same food.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That,
Let's reiterate that.
You had clean cutlery.
you had very... Needless to say, they treated you like a queen, and they treated him like pond scum.
More like Devin Pong scum.
All right.
There's a problem there.
So the goblin opens the door, and the whole tavern looks at him like this is something out of the blue. Everybody's quiet, just staring. And the little goblin that says, "Hey, over here!" And then they all realize what's going on. They keep their eyes kind of trained, but they start muttering to themselves. As he starts to make his way into the tavern, Peter comes up and puts his hand on his shoulder. Peter.
Okay.
Which hand does it put that away? The hot one?
Oh, yes. His hot pocket.
We still have some burning in I love it. But if you burn it, we can't get our gold.
Peter's hot pocket arm is clearly on his left shoulder.
Yeah, it's Peter's choice.
Okay.
Fine. Peter can choose not to do that, but that sounds like what he would do.
No, that sounds like what you want.
Peter.
Don't even deny it, do ya?
Peter, make your decision. What do you want to do? You're pretty sure it's Telos.
Going to tell him, like, hey, you come here, or come over and deal with this problem outside of town. And I'm kind of looking it over at Mitsu slightly, like, you better fucking follow me right now. Please.
And as he turns around, the illusion that you were seeing him as Telos kind of fades. And you now see a goblin turn around and say, "Hey, what you want?"
I'm just a friend, and I would like a bit of your help. I just need some help outside of town.
Ooh, what kind of help? What's it pay?
It pays a lot. I show him 10 gold in my hand right there before putting it back in my pocket. Got 4 times that just for the initial thing.
Ooh. Hey, I'm gonna... yeah, I'll take you up on that, but I'm gonna grab Phoebe over here, and she was gonna help me out with my dragon problem, and you mind if I bring her along?
Nope, not at all.
Alright. Hey, Phoebes, come on over here. This guy, he's gonna pay us something. Phoebe looks over. Stop pointing me out. Gosh, this town doesn't like goblins. Let's go.
Kind of eyeing down Mitsu and Rangor, like, fun. Before walking out and kind of leading them
I nod my
outside
head.
of town.
it's still fair to whine.
I finish the wine, put it down, I wait for a few minutes for them to walk out, and I follow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I go
And I'll leave,
follow. But
I'll leave
grumble.
like 5 egg silvers on the table as a tip.
Okay. There's also a bell near the door that says "Ring for great service." Are you gonna ring that bell?
Sure, why not?
Okay, you guys hear as you go. You even watched both goblins jump in shock as the bell gongs and the host says, "Ah, thank you kindly. I'll go pick that up real quick. Get over there. Help that elf lady."
Wait, what? No.
I have a mask on.
Okay.
They won't recognize. For some reason, I was thinking the goblins were going with you. I didn't realize they were still in the.
Oh no. The goblins are out. It's the tavern owner that's going to go help you. The goblins just got scared by the sudden noise.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's not like we've noticed. It's fine. I figure, leave them in a good mood to come back here later.
Okay. Sounds good.
Me and Whisper outside.
Yeah.
All right. Can we attempt to roll a stealth so we don't get spotted?
Sure, why not?
What?
Because
Okay.
Dolores remembers. Oh, I rolled a roll.
Did you tell me to, like, hush or hide or something?
Yeah, I just say just gotta hide.
Whisper, you roll.
That's why I was laughing.
Yeah. I was just like, all right. Trying to be sneaky. They immediately trip over Dolores, like, saying kind of like it's not. It's just the second that something's said, it's going to. There is
Doesn't
no
talk
way.
though.
So
Super advantage.
definitely Solaris jumps down behind a nearby crate and he's like, "Wisp, let's go." And she's like, "Okay." And she kind of looks and she stands behind a plant. Is this good enough? That's it. She's well visible. Just kind of like part of her face is kind of masked by this plant in front of her.
She hides behind the frog.
There you go. Could be the frog, yeah.
Frog is hiding. Like, you totally see that.
She hides the frog. Perfect. I love it. What's Lars? The frog. Hide. Got it. That's what she did. We like that.
Oh, it sounds like something she would do.
It does.
So vividly.
Yeah, the frog is very well concealed now behind the flag.
Dig a little hole in the plant, just put him in there. It's like fun. Find that chicken guy.
I'm Mitsu. I'm shooting your bow while I'm waiting for you to be quiet.
What?
I'm,
So mean.
well, did you want to shoot it?
No, I have no intention of shooting it at this time.
Well, I'm shooting it right now. My pencil just went across my room.
Oh, that.
Oh, that.
I thought you.
Yep.
Actual bow.
The actual bow.
That's awesome.
Okay. Just so you know, that's what I'm doing when I'm.
Nerf darts. That was cool.
I have some around here. I think they're in my son's room right now, though.
Anyway, I have a Nerf gun. Well, okay, I have more than one. But
Me too.
Nerf darts are perfect.
In fact, I have a Nerf gun, I think, right here in this room. I do. Does it have ammo in it, though? It is loaded. it's not really, well, I mean, it shoots, but
Not long enough.
yeah, the Nerf bullet's not long enough. I mean, I'm trying to show it to the screen. It's not right.
That's understandable. Pencils can be longer.
Yes.
Nerf.
Yes. All right, so, Peter, what are we doing with the goblins?
Leading them outside of town.
I get that. You guys get out of town. What do you do?
Wait, is Ethan with them or is it just them?
That's a good question.
I'm thinking not.
Yeah, Ethan went to the library, right? No,
Yeah.
No,
Monty.
it's some random corner.
Ethan,
Shady corner.
Ethan, after your talk, what do you do?
Most likely I'm gonna check if there's something reasonable and then talk to them.
Okay. Well,
Either that or go to David's house.
I will say about this time, you could possibly go to David's house, but at this time, you happen to notice Salhani not far off.
Going to David's house.
Okay, go to David's house then. Ignore Salhani. Peter, what are you and the goblins going to do?
Well, now that everyone's here together, how far are we away from town?
How far away do you guys want to go? The goblins are just expecting you're going to pay them. You said you would.
Yeah. I'm just gonna kind of lead them for like a mile and a half outside of town, saying like it's right over here, and I'll pay you initially for you guys to do this, and then I'll pay you double after. All right?
Okay.
And,
So you guys get to a nice wooded area just outside of town.
okay. And when I look around, there's not much around, right?
Plenty of trees. You don't see anybody.
Okay, perfect. And Solaris, Wisp, Rancor. Yeah, Mitsu are all around, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Except for Wisp is standing out in the open, obviously not hiding, walking behind the party as Solaris is kind of darting from tree to tree, really trying hard to stay stealthy. And Mitsu is kind of just strolling back a little ways behind Wisp.
Alright, so I need to be right back for just a moment. As you can see, there's that person over there. Their name is Wisp. Just kind of.
Don't use Dave. Don't use Rick. Situation.
Too late.
Do that.
Too late.
They're going to be dead
Okay.
regardless. Okay, they're going to be dead regardless. I don't care about giving any names.
Peter needs to learn how to lie a little bit. You
No,
know, just enough.
Yes.
no, there's gonna be. He doesn't care.
Situation all over again.
Alright,
Information not needed.
so.
I hear him say this is Rick.
Yes.
I hear him say this is Rick.
Absolutely. He's not hiding it.
I'm gonna take my hat and throw it at him.
Which hat?
The heavier one.
The
Heavier one. The minor level.
Oh, your miner hat.
The minor hat.
It's short for Westphalion, okay? If anyone asks.
Why would you tell them that?
Wisp throws the hat.
Oh my gosh.
Wisp throws the hat. Visibly, everybody sees the hat go flying right at the backside of Peter. Kind of misses. Wisp instantly feels guilty about the hat. I mean, was happy that she hit Peter with it. But then she was instantly just surrounded with this feeling of, I need to get that hat back. Runs over and picks it up.
Oh yeah.
Just kind of stay with her for a moment. I'm going to be right back, and I'm going to stealth away, like just kind of sneak away.
I'm sorry. The image in my mind is just like.
Yeah, it's exactly. I'm just gonna like dip behind one of the trees. Like that. It's gonna be like. I'm gonna like cast fog cloud. I'm gonna cast fog cloud like a few feet away, walk into it, stealth away, and basically I'm going to move. Yeah.
This is why I'm so glad horror movies are in this. Like we actually have that ability to watch that because this is like a horror movie.
That's
The
a
goblins are mindlessly following. Like, oh, you're bringing us in the woods? Okay. Oh, that's a wisp.
That's
Bye. Go ahead.
23 for stealth.
Oh my gosh.
So I'm just gonna literally do like a full like U-shape type of thing and circle around and just sneak up and just fucking murder. I'm gonna look to see if Mitsu and Rancor are ready. I'm gonna do a thumbs up and then I'm going to try and murder Talos because it is at advantage. So that's a 17 to hit. That hit Talos.
Hold on. Hold on.
Are you guys doing anything? I'm guessing you like readied your action so you could also do it at the same time.
My character.
There's a lucky evening there.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, neither of them catch you disappear, but because, and we're gonna give it, they're not quite that stupid. I mean,
They've been very stupid multiple occasions.
I don't know. Phoebe's been kind of smart, but they're not gonna just stand there and stare at this one direction while you go back and talk to people. You specifically pointed out Wisp, so they're kind of looking at Wisp.
Yeah.
But
Pointed out Wisp, so they're focusing on Wisp. Yeah.
So
neither of them see him because his stealth is 23.
So hold on. Hold on. I didn't say that they necessarily see him. I said they just aren't that stupid. When they hear him cast fog cloud, they turn around and see the cloud of fog appear.
Oh no, I like visibly walk into it, say, hey, I'm gonna go in this direction, cast fog cloud, walk into the fog cloud, and then I sneak away so they can't see where I went after that, and then they don't know. They just think I went off in that direction. I just go behind them. Would you like me to draw it?
No.
I can perfectly draw it. Here's me.
Now we know how vampires.
I cast fog cloud, go into it, and then they see, okay, he's going into it, and then I just circle all the way around through the trees.
Okay. Well, as you go into the fog cloud, Phoebe decides, because she gets a reaction of that, she's not hiding from the rest of the team, but she also takes a moment to hide herself behind a tree.
Can I use perception to see?
Oh, she's not hiding from you.
Oh, but I'm seeing it and I'm hiding. So
Oh.
I'm gonna spot it.
Yeah, she's just. Peter walked into a random cloud of fog that he decided to create, so she's gonna just take a hide action and see what happens because she has no idea what's going on.
Alright, so no perception?
I mean, you can if you want, but you could see her.
Natural 20.
Okay. He just wasted his.
Rangor's ready. Mitsu's ready. We're ending this.
So, as you walk in.
When Peter is pissed off enough to just come up and slit his throat, there's a problem.
As Peter walks off into this cloud, he looks back and says, "Hey, Wisp, ain't you the barbarian chick I saw in the thing? I gave you those rings, right?" All right. What'd you use to hit? 17. That does.
The claw. Does
That
that hit?
it does barely hit.
Okay. That will be 10 initial damage. And sneak attack. 2 2s and a 1? Okay, let's do this.
Okay, so he's down 15 hit points.
Yeah.
And you sit here, and he's clearly raged.
Okay.
We would have all readied our actions to kill him though, because it's Talos, and you're always ready to kill us.
Well, you
Keeping my eyes on TV.
guys don't know he's Talos. He's just some goblin that Peter says is Talos. So everybody roll initiative.
Alright. Yeah, but I'm mostly focused on TV though. She locked up my own friends, and she could try to do it again.
I accept that. Phoebe is not necessarily a nice person.
Yeah, I don't really care about.
I'm rolling great.
All right.
21.
I still have the earring.
I don't know who has the earring anymore.
Hani does, yes. He never got it
Am I
back.
in range?
No. They're a mile out of town, and you're in town.
Yes, the Hani does.
Okay.
Oh wait, I thought the honey was with everybody. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Nope, I'm not there.
Okay.
All right, Peter. In fact, you know what? Where are all these people? We're going to copy them, and we're going to go and we're going to drop this on a battle map. I actually happen to have a randomized battle map for this type of scenario.
Okay.
And we can kill him properly this time.
We don't even know if it's him.
Doesn't matter.
Bring it down. Thank you.
Mitsu's probably here, so Lars is probably about here. Your dragon can be wherever you want it to be for the most part. Peter's smoke cloud. What's the dimensions on that cloud?
Should be. Let me double check. Fog cloud.
Anyone else see random black lines on the map?
It's 20-foot radius. So 40-foot gate line. Would you like me to create?
Yes, go ahead and draw one. It'll be easier than me trying to keep up. Rangor's gonna be back here. Rangor, drop on the frickin' map.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to.
Actually, I'm pissed off at freaking Phoebe because she arrested me, and a gnome arrested me, or not a gnome, but a goblin arrested me. Well, that's unheard of.
All right.
I rolled a 4.
Did Wisp get on here? No, she did not. Okay.
I think I slid twice.
Maybe.
We all rested after that fight, right?
So Rangor got a 21. Yeah, you're breasted by now.
Yeah, and me and Ranger got the same score. Twinsies!
Phoebe, Telos. I don't have Peter on here.
I can't.
So, Ranger, did you
So-
want to go first, or you want to go second? But before me. I think I recommend I go first. I have +5 and dexterity modifier.
Okay.
That is what it is. Oh, man.
Yeah, there are shadows in the trees. Thank you for being Observational.
No, doesn't have any effect on status at all.
That is because Camille probably does not have his own personal sight turned on.
It's not a big deal.
There it goes. Dynamic lighting. There. Now he has vision. Can you hear me now?
I'm not sure.
All right. So,
I did roll a 16, but I thought I had clicked on it, but didn't pull up on the turn order, so I had to scrub through and redo it.
okay.
Unless you want me just to re-roll.
I got you in there.
Oh. Okay, it's not showing on mine. Okay, we're fine. Never mind.
Your turn order, you are right after Solaris.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my turn order is
Actually,
weird.
it's me, then Rangor, because Rangor also got a 21.
Yeah, they both got 21. Solo has close time attack, and Rengar has close 3, so Solo goes first.
Fine. Whatever.
Sorry.
Turn order did it for me, not the other way around, so it didn't really matter to me.
I heard there was something in Roll20 that you could have the decimal initiative get higher.
There is, but it's always on there and it looks kind of tacky, so I don't have it turned on. That's it. That's the only reason. Phoebe gets really upset that you attacked Telos, and so she actually starts to run away.
Oh, weird.
Solo.
He's been watching her anyways. He doesn't like her.
And Rangor can get her.
Yep.
Then yeah. So.
All right, Solo, it's your turn.
How far is she away from
It's a good question. She is about 70 feet, but she just moved behind another tree and took a hide action. So you'll have to roll a perception with advantage.
Alright, with advantage. Nice.
Well, you were watching her. I take that into consideration.
17.
Okay, 17. You can still see her. You know where she's at. Yeah, she rolled a 16.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to put the word dad to her. So 100 and I think it's at least 55. Wait, no. I still have 45 bonuses. Never mind, 92. I'll think about something else. Alright, so I'm gonna use attack 1. Does a natural 20 hit for 28?
No, natural 20 never hits.
We're fucking ending these people.
Oh
By
my
the way,
gosh,
I'm using a key point.
can't laugh with flying in my mouth.
So that hit. I also included a key point to stun her. So here's the damage.
So I use the key strike damage, but it's all the same. It's just magical. So it's a 10 total damage, but I'm gonna add a roll of 1d6. Okay, 3. So 13 damage total. I'm gonna attack again. Does a 22 hit?
Yes.
2 hits, right? With the strike damage. 10 again. So she has to make a constitution. Yeah, use stunning strike with the first hit, and then I'm gonna use stunning strike with the second hit just to see if she makes the constitution save of 15.
Hold on.
So I spent 3 key points in that fight.
Hold on.
We might have a vendetta here. Can you tell?
This is going to be one of the most influential sessions.
Okay.
The anger's been building for
By the way,
how?
I'm not killing her, just knocking her out.
Okay. So you did a total of 20 damage within 2 strikes. During one of those strikes, she's going to use her uncanny dodge to reduce the damage by half.
Oh. Is it the 13 I gave her?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, great. So, yeah. So how did the Constitution saving throw go?
I'm working on it. Constitution saving throw is a 16.
Right, and then I use another key point, so she has to try to make the second one.
15.
Oh, dang, that literally, alright, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
You don't know it though, next time.
Attack of opportunity. Try to see.
Alright, Raingar, it's your turn.
Alright. I'm going. I can
Oh.
Alright.
Would,
So it hit directly behind Phoebe, away from Solo, but right next to where it hits her and the tree. So the tree should explode because it doesn't get a dex modifier. And
In flames.
yeah,
Phoebe rolls a 27.
Oh, damn it.
yeah. Well, she takes half damage. And not to mention, have you ever seen a tree get hit by lightning?
Kind of cool, actually.
They explode.
They do. Ooh,
Okay.
I dodged to avoid fire, or the splintered wood.
Well, you know, things happen. So, you what happens if she dodges your, does it 0 damage or half damage? Okay, half damage. So half of 17. Yeah. And I don't know why it's not copying all of my HP over. It's making it difficult for me. Okay. Got that set. Alright, Rangor, is that the only thing you're doing this turn?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Mitsu,
I'm shooting payload.
go ahead and try. Oh,
Sure, at least the second one hit.
yeah, they both hit.
To try with constantly, apparently.
Is that your total damage?
Yeah. Oh, son of a monkey. And as the bonus action, I'll cast Hunter's Mark after the fact since I didn't do it first. But
Okay.
now.
Okay. Okay. Peter, it is your turn again.
So, I think I'm just gonna hit him with another one of my vampiric claws. Oh, wait, what happened with Wisp? Was Wisp combat?
She's coming after you.
Yeah, you got surprise attack, and now we're in
Oh, right. Okay. Then I'll just do another attack with that. So 14 points of damage, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. And that's to Telos. Okay. Camille's turn.
I direct Camille to fly 15 feet above Talos and fire breath down, which would only get Talos in this case.
Okay. And I have to roll a dex save of 16, is that right?
Yeah. Worth a shot at least.
Ooh.
I'm not surprised. It's fine.
Is that it?
I'll have Camille fly up a little bit higher, and because we have 45, so
Okay.
yeah. So you went up another 10 feet. So
Okay. Let's see here. Talos is incredibly enraged at Peter for attacking him. So, along with his... Hold on, let me make sure I do this right. Okay, so he's going to use his bonus action to rage. While raging, weapon... Okay. And there was something else I was supposed to look. No. Okay, well, he's going to take an attack at you 3 times. Where's his weapon? With his spear. All 3 hit, I assume.
Yeah.
That's just his regular attacks. Then, because he is monk class, he's going to take his flurry of blows attack. So he has 2 unarmed attacks. Or however that works. The monks, after a successful attack, they get just the 2 unarmed attacks. So does the 14 hit you? Okay, so 9 times 2 is 18.
I think it's already been doubled.
No, if you highlight it, it was...
Okay. Alright, then I'm going to use uncanny dodge and halve that.
That's fine. Because, hold on, before you half it, I have to explain. Because he's raging, at 3rd level, he channels his Divine Fury into each of his weapon strikes. So while the first creature you hit, with the first damage, yeah, it takes 1d6. Plus half of my Barbarian level.
Okay.
My Barbarian level, I believe, is 6. Oh, yeah.
Is he wearing armor? Okay.
He's unarmored. So, that's 6 damage.
Okay. Then I will...
So you may have one of those 2 attacks, whatever.
Yeah. Will do.
Stunning strike. And he's going to take a key point, and he's going to take patient defense.
Sounds good.
All right. Wisp.
Hello.
Hi.
I was going to hold my attack because nobody told me it was Taylor, and these two haven't really been attacking, but after he blew at Lisa, I am going to. Is the Taylor supposed to be on my screen?
Right here. Why can't you?
Is that him? Yeah, okay.
You should be able to see him.
No. I can see something, I just couldn't make it out.
Oh. You can always zoom in on these maps if you haven't done that already.
Yeah, but if I zoom in, because my screen is small, if I zoom in and shows the other screen. It's okay. Okay, so I'm going to wait, and then I'm going to use the reconvene. It's 11 to hit, but I have a plus 3 in proficiency.
And
What's this?
he's using reckless.
No, I'm not using it. There's 14.
14 does not hit.
Oh, there's 15 hit?
Nope.
Okay. I'll try again.
That does hit. Just barely. That's his current AC due to dexterity.
Plus 2. So 17.
15 plus 2, 17. Okay.
17 plus ancestral protection, so he will have disadvantage on attacking anybody else. Oh, sorry, what? He will have disadvantage on any attack roll against anybody else.
Against anybody other than you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the creature who he does attack will have resistance to damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
End turn. Great. So, next person is Phoebe, it looks like. We're at the top of the roll. But on that same case, I got to tell you that a couple new people are coming in as well. You guys all see them approach, and so they're going to run, or they're going to have to roll for themselves as well. So give me a second. Told you, these guys aren't completely stupid. They didn't come out here by themselves. 1, 2,
They brought more friends to die.
3. And so this one. Oh, I shouldn't be adding them to turn like that. Hold on. Initiative, and initiative. There we go. Much better. So, because we're at the top of the list, we're going to re-roll that whole thing. Put Solar's back before Rangor. And that's the new turn order. Alright. Because you decided to keep attacking, Phoebe's going to use her. She's gonna use bonus action to disengage.
Looks like I thought.
Oh yeah, did those stunning strikes stun?
Nope.
And she's gonna move into the fog. She's gonna take the hide action again. And she's gonna do it actually at advantage because nobody can see her anyways. Which
Can I try to look for her with perception at disadvantage?
he could possibly find her, but it's a matter of he can't visibly see her because she's now in the fog. So the hide action is just her hiding range. Right, which is easy for you.
I'm gonna roll to smell her.
Or wait, isn't your passive perception higher than that?
Yeah, my passive perception is 17.
Oh, so you don't even have to.
All she has to do is come out of that fog and you'll see her.
Oh, sure. It's quite possible. But he still has to roll at disadvantage and such while she's in the fog. So it's all good for her.
Hold on for a second, I'm gonna get to it. There you go. Perception. Got it. That's a 10. The other one's at 11, so I don't see her, do I?
No.
I know what I should have done before. Alright, when it's my turn, I'll make up for that mistake.
Okay. Well, it is technically your turn. I assumed you were rolling those on your turn.
Oh, I thought I did that as a reaction for her hiding, and then initially I would have to roll perception for that.
You-
Alright.
If you want to burn your reaction in that case, but I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. It's now that it's your turn.
Alright. I am going to use my bonus action to try to look for her again. Obviously with disadvantage. There we go. Ooh, never mind. That's a -1. Do I see the other guys coming in?
What'd you say you rolled your perception on?
Oh, 1.
No, because you're too busy trying to pay attention to her. You're not seeing anybody else.
Hey, I'm just gonna go and try to go into the fog and try to perceive her. Oh, wait, I used my bonus action. I can use my action to see her one last time, but that would be burning my action, which I don't mind. So I'm gonna move into the fog and roll for perception just to try to see her again, or even smell her.
Okay.
21. Ooh, 22.
Okay, so you do find her.
I'm coming for you, and I'm gonna burn some key points just to hit her with that sweet, sweet radiant pulse. So, does a 23 hit?
Yes.
Alright. This. And that 6 damage to her, and now I have 3 left. So I'll end my turn there, and I gotta try to get. No, I can't do anything anymore. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Um, you did how much damage to her again? 3?
6.
6. Okay. Not a problem. So it's Rangor's turn.
Alright. So she went into the fog, I can't see her anymore.
Yeah.
And I went out of the fog. See if I can do a perception, see if I can try and make her out. I'm pretty sure I'll be rolling with disadvantage, right?
You can potentially find her, but yeah, disadvantage, I guess. 15, and she only rolled a 14, I believe it was. Yeah.
Now, since I still have my call lightning skill,
You still have Call Lightning. It's a channeled spell. You don't have to specifically.
I'm just saying, since I still have it going,
Yeah. So you're gonna try to hit her.
and I'll leave the area around her.
Okay. Well, roll Call Lightning.
So, I'm gonna click on it.
Something tells me she dodged.
Oh, ah.
So we're technically next to that, and he went as close to her just to see if he can get called lightning on her.
So,
Getting
fine.
position in a good spot to not hit me.
Awesome. Thank you, Rangor. I read my mind.
And so it is that. Every rolled 1 for damage.
One fight. Yeah, that's nice.
And right now, my goal is to kill that goblin. I don't really care much about anything else.
Okay. So end of your turn. It's Mitsu's turn.
I will be shooting at Talos. Both hit, right?
What was Talos? I think you just barely hit Talos. Yeah, on both of them. 17.
That's my extra turn. Oh, damn. That's funny. 17, 34. That's just funny. There were 6, 6, 11, 11.
Okay. So Talos halves all of that because he's raging. And actually, now that I think about it, you have to roll at disadvantage on both strikes because he took patient defense.
Okay, so I'll roll 1d9 for him. Well, we'll say that that was one of them then.
Sure.
17. That still hits.
Okay. Either way, that's fine. I assumed he was going to get hit. So I half that damage for 14 damage.
It would be 17.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because she said 17.
You're right. At this moment in time, it is Peter's turn, unless Mitsu has anything else she wants to do.
I'll move a little closer so I'm not right behind the thing.
Okay. Peter?
Just gonna cast Mage Hand and then use my bonus action to heal myself. Okay. Then that'll be the entirety of my turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
First Goblin Fighter. Let me double check his movement speed on here. 35. Alright. He moves up there. And I think he has a bow. He does. Alright, so he pulls out his crossbow first of all. And he aims at Rangor. 21 to hit. 13 piercing damage.
Good.
has extra attack and action surge. Great. So then he's going to use his bonus action to move up to you, take out his other weapon, and swing his battle axe with one hand for his extra attack. 14. Does that hit?
Nope.
Okay. He's now going to action surge and swing again. 15. Does that hit?
That's it.
8 damage.
I would like to have a reaction to that and activate Spirit Shield.
Okay.
So roll 2d6.
Wait a second.
So Raji can take 11 points of
Yeah.
You have Spirit Shield. What is the range on Spirit Shield?
13 feet.
30 feet. Okay.
It's still within 13 feet, but I
Okay.
yeah. No, music within range.
I put the spell. Stand close to win.
Okay. So it's Telos' turn. And he's just going to continue to pummel Peter because he's got no other choice right now. You guys are not backing off. But he is going to put out... He is going to say with his bonus action of... What kind of backstabbing deal is this? I hope I get paid good for this.
May I ask one thing?
What's that?
How did he get Flurry of Blows and then also use Patience Defense?
He spent a key point.
And then
So his first...
bonus action to use Flurry of Blows, but he used his bonus action to rage.
So, is that really a bonus action? I was pretty sure... Okay, well, I'm not a monk player, so I'll just not do it on this turn, if that's the case. Yes, it is as a bonus action. Fine. Whatever.
Okay. I just needed to make sure that.
No, you're right. That was my miscall, and I should have been called out by at least Solo originally. But that's okay.
I was gonna call you out, but I get yelled at for calling people out on things.
Well, if it benefits the team, call them out.
Anyway, so he's going to take actions against Peter.
But it would be a disadvantage since he's not attacking Wisp because of Spirit, right?
Oh, I guess you're right. So he has to attack Wisp.
Wait, you already said. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know it, but I'm just looking. Hold on. He is going to take Peter. And he is going to... Oh, where's my stupid button?
It disappeared, so you call it Peter. He's attacking Peter.
Meh. He's attacking Peter. 3 attacks.
So one doesn't hit, and then the 2 other ones do.
Okay, and I understand I hit advantage instead of disadvantage, but yeah, that kind of sucks.
And Spirit Shield, you can take
And you take a 1d6. Or plus 3. So 1d6 plus 3 is another 6 damage. And then he's going to use a key point to I'm looking. Hold on.
Now it should be good.
Well, he gets the 2 bonus strikes for every time he takes the first attack. So that's That's just monk. This time he's not doing the key point as a bonus attack. This time he's just going to spend his key point, probably to do patient defense. It is Camille's turn.
How much damage did he do?
Oh, I'm sorry. He hit you twice, so that was 6 damage plus another 8.
-5.
Yeah.
-5.
Oh, he also has to take 2 rage damage for each of those strikes.
Okay.
I forgot to add that on there. I'm clicking it now. Ooh, and it lets me add Divine Fury already without setting it up. Okay. Okay. It is Wisp's turn, it looks like. Oh, I'm sorry, Camille's turn. I called that wrong. I accidentally clicked past Camille.
No worries. So with Camille having blind sight, all he has to do is go in here and he can still see Theodore's previous, correct?
Yeah?
So Camille will go 10 feet above Phoebe and attempt to Fairy Breath. So be careful. Oh, never mind.
Roll a 17.
Okay. And Camille. Oh, go off a
Thank you
little
for
bit
your
over to you.
services, Camille.
I tried.
No, that's a genuine thank you.
Good. Alright, and Camille moves over still 15 feet above the ground.
Okay. Okay. Wisp, it's your turn.
Jackie is probably slow.
He looks nothing like Telos to you. He looks like a goblin. Wait, you do remember the old Telos?
Yes, we all remember the old Telos.
Does she remember Goblin Telos?
He was written in her book.
That was
Okay.
She wrote about him. We
Okay.
all knew him except for Rainboard.
Laura
He now
typically
hasn't been
doesn't
forgotten.
remember yet.
Okay.
So this is the wrong Telos we're killing? Is that what you're telling us?
This is not the Telos that you have been seeing this whole time. So that's 20.
Halo.
I tried to get him.
Is he without a hand though?
Yeah, this guy is missing one hand.
So he still claimed our stuff though.
Yeah, he was still the one that claimed us stuff and also tried to murder us, so yeah.
He did not try to murder you, necessarily.
This one actually
Yes, he
didn't.
did.
He was real sus and got kind of shenanigans.
No.
He arrowed down both Peter and
What?
Rainboard.
No, sweetie, that was the other Talos.
This is a first.
He's also missing a hand.
It is very confusing. I get it. That's okay. Keep going. Wisp. 9 did not hit.
This deals 11 damage. 9 does not hit.
11's halved. Because. Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Oh, 11 plus 2.
Yes.
11 plus.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
What? At the top of the round, I have no idea why my 3 little goblins did not all get a turn, so these other 2 are going to get a turn. They're just going to be added as a 1 and a 2. And I'm going to give them their turn. But Alright, so this guy's going to shoot his crossbow at Rangor. Where's my crossbow? 16 to hit. 25 to get into Rangor's face from where he was standing. And he's going to actually shoot Scorching Ray. That should make a cone attack big enough to hit Rangor and Mitsu. Well, I apologize. That's the wrong one. I meant Burning Hands. I apologize.
That's correct.
You're right. You're right. You're right. There.
So if you're gonna do burning, or if you're gonna do scorching ray, one of these ones.
It can. I have to specifically target. He's just gonna Burning Hands. He's not really much of a caster. So, Burning Hands is, let's see, attack DC 12 to dodge it. What's that? Rangor. Ah, my screen's all goofy. It is mad at me, and that's okay. And then he's going to action surge and hit you with his battle axe. 15 to hit. 6 more damage. Now this one is going to actually take the crossbow and shoot it at Peter and miss. And then he's going to shoot 3 Scorching Rays at Peter. If I'm not mistaken, that is the default number. Oops. I meant to click that. And it looks like all of them miss Peter anyways. Yes, it is 3. Alright. So he missed. And he ends his turn where he's at. So, at the end of the turn, you guys watch as the storm cloud disappears with a loud cackling howl. It sounds almost like a tree caught on fire and split apart. Not like the bursted explosion that Rangor did. Just got to clarify, they're 2 different sounds. And next thing you see is a little Selhani standing in the background. If I could figure out where she is. I don't know. For some reason she's hiding from my party list. Pizza.
I know I rolled stealth, but I didn't roll it back. Oh, no.
Right?
It's okay if he can't find you, then he can't mess with you.
Whatever. You're there for now. I'll put you in later. What else was it you were gonna do?
That was just for me.
Okay. So because of the call light, or the lightning's gone, at the same time the fog wall also disappeared because they were both cast within the same area. The dispel magic was able to happen. You all see Selhani standing in the background. I thought she was going to do more than that, but that's it. Okay. Like, seriously? The entire... Well, you got a bonus. You can yell something. That's why I don't have you under Selhani. I have you. Selhani. Yeah, but you could yell something. That's all I was going to say. There she is. She's in the back. Okay.
Bonus. Throwing that up there.
It is now Phoebe's turn. Phoebe is not directly engaged with anybody. So she's going to run up behind Peter. Peter is engaged with somebody and is not actively looking for her, so she is still considered hidden from her last hide check. And she's going to stab him with her rapier. Perfect, because now she gets to, where is it? She gets to add her sneak attack on that. Roll it. Says I get 5d6 sneak attack for level 10 rogue. And she's assassination type, so I'm trying to find... Assassinate. She gets advantage on the attack roll. So that's all that. So she's going to roll the attack one more time just to see if she can get a crit, which she did not. So she did 17 sneak attack damage plus 10. So that's 27 damage to Peter. And unlike other classes, she does not get multiple attacks. Yeah. So she ends her turn. Solaris. As
I'm ending this, so I'm going to activate Elemental Preparedness and burn my 2 attacks and bonus action Fury of Blows, so 4 attacks basically. So
Also a concentration. About that.
Alright, so 1d4, I'm going to use, let's do some ice damage. So, does a 15 hit?
15 does not hit.
Oh, okay, we got 3 more. Does a 17 hit?
Yes.
Alright, here's damage, and it's Elemental Prepared. Oh, cool, 11 damage.
15 does not hit.
Okay, one more time. 17.
Does hit.
Alright. I'm gonna add a sweet key point just to roll in for the con save for Stunning Strike. And the damage right away from the second attack is 13.
Okay. She's going to half that.
Okay. Con save 13.
7.
Alright, she's done. Alright, I end my turn.
Okay. Rangor.
Alright. Well, since my lightning is out, I'm going to use a bonus action to switch into bearer form, and then do a multi-attack on the goblin right in front of me.
Okay.
Bite. Claw.
The 19 hits for sure. 13 does not hit at all. Nine slashing damage. We can take that. That's the end of your turn?
Yep, that's all I can do.
Okay. Mitsu?
I will taking shots at Kayla.
By the way, the Freebie's stunned, so any melee attack with her is at advantage.
Melee? Okay. And I forgot, so that's supposed to be a disadvantage, right? Or is it still?
Yes, disadvantage at Talos because he took patient defense.
Okay, so that first one hit. And 14 was the second hit, so I've only hit one.
Okay. Okay. So he takes 4.
And as a bonus heal, I will put Healing Spirit right on Peter.
Okay.
He took patient defense in his last turn.
Yes, he's spending key points to do so. He's not doing it as a bonus action.
Oh, he's not using that as a bonus action?
Right. So he's down 2 key points now.
Oh, you have to use key points for bonus action early, he's acting. That's why.
I'll double read that again. Flurry of blows.
You can use an action to dodge, which is what patient defense is, or
Fine.
bonus action at the moment.
Fine. Mitsu just hit twice.
Okay.
Why don't you use your bonus action to do it?
Huh? What was that?
No. Don't worry about it this one time. Don't worry about it. Gusts of wind. What?
18 altogether.
Okay. Not a problem. Okay.
And Peter,
It is Peter's turn.
well, 4 health for Peter.
Okay. She put her little thingy on you.
I actually I don't know if you want to. So the Healing Spirit a concentration?
Oh shoot, it is.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know if you want to. Yeah.
Yes. Never mind.
Fine.
You're right.
Okay. Don't worry about it.
I forgot I have charm. Okay.
Yeah. No worries. Then I believe I'll just take my action to attack it.
Okay. You're going to attack.
Call her Freebie.
Yes, he did. He's switching his attention from Telos to Freebie.
This is a free hit.
10 does not
I
hit.
don't think that'll hit. Yeah.
So even if this advantage,
No. And I think I'll use my action or bonus action to disengage and move away from here over to around just to here right now. Just to dip in and out so I don't have to get hit by that again. Not a big object.
Okay. Goblin Fighter's turn. Well, he's up in combat now, so he's going to take 2 strikes with his battle axe, this time using 2 hands. And he's going to strike Mitsu. Both miss horribly.
And what's best friend? He rolled a 1.
Doesn't mean he has to stab his friend.
That's right. I haven't been making you guys do that lately either. Anyways,
How about his axe gets stuck in the tree next to it?
we'll talk about that in a minute. Anyways,
I don't want it to be a full-on thing now, and then when you shoot an arrow, your bowstring just snaps.
and he's going to use his bonus action to yell at you. Hey, you quit picking on them over there. And then it's Telos' turn. Telos, who is very badly hurt. He's going to use his primary action to take disengage from Wisp. He's going to stand behind the tree, and then he's going to throw 2 javelins at Peter, being the only javelins he had. So a 16 and a 19. Or, sorry, a 17. 16 and a 17. And why is that only one of those 2? It didn't add the rage is all I'm looking at. So that much plus rage.
Okay, so the first initial divine fury, then the rage plus 2 from the other one.
Yeah. So 9 plus 8 plus 2.
Plus 5.
Well,
So 19 damage.
plus 5. Where's the 5 from?
The second javelin.
Oh, the second javelin is a 7-5-2.
Oh no, the divine fury plus the rage.
Oh, you're right. I don't get the divine.
Added on to that, and then the divine fury is only for this first initial attack.
You're right. You're right. I'm wrong. So it's 9, 8, and 5.
Minus 7.
And 2. 9, 8, 5, 2.
Yes.
That sounds like a buff number.
It's too many numbers.
Yeah. You're gonna have the first attack.
The dumb person who thought a great idea of mixing a monk and a barbarian, 2 classes he's never played before, into a character is just boggling.
Now you just thought about that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No, I was actually on Alex's side.
That was me. That was me.
Oh.
That was me.
I thought he was mocking you. I didn't know he was mocking himself.
Mocking myself. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
More mocking himself.
Alright. So this time, as a bonus action, it goes, are we killing each other here? Or, is this it? And then uses the key point for patient defense. There. Now, Camille, your turn.
Camille's gonna keep doing what I have said. Go 15 feet above these guys. And final chance to fairy breath them.
Okay. Not a problem. Let's see here. Is it this one? Yeah, halfling nimbleness, I think is what it is. Nope, that's not it. Lucky.
Oh, got it.
Oh, that's all. Okay. Just looking at stuff. So Phoebe rolls a 21.
He's done, so he automatically fails any death saves.
Oh.
Wow. See it? That. Yes. And hold on.
Think of orange.
He took advantage on that roll, right? So 11.
Yeah.
Okay. So that blocks out his danger sense. Does he have another one? He's got all kinds of weird stuff, okay? No, that's it. He's good.
Okay, so now they're gonna be vibrant orange. Can't miss this wood now.
Okay, they are now a puke orange because I don't have a vibrant one.
Oh no, that's fine. I just want to make sure that it's like, like the cones they have in the middle of the road. Cannot miss them.
That is a good question.
Yeah, because I'm not.
Oh.
This is the Talos from the past world. Like, how did he come back? It has to be a completely different Talos.
I forgot to put this person where they go. All right. Because I actually skipped a person, I'm going to let them go first. And yes, Selhani. Selhani says that she's going to cast Wind Wall, was it? Gust of Wind, and hit Talos. Are you with the area?
There's no damage, but it's a 60-foot line, 10-foot wide wall.
Are you also going to catch Phoebe with that as well?
Is she actually where she is? I thought she was over by Solo. Is she where she is? Yeah.
Sorry, Solo is supposed to be over here. That was my fault for not moving him. I forget he can't move. But yes, Telos moved in with the two of them.
I mean, then technically Solo also gets pushed, but you know.
Well, you can set it up to avoid him. I
10.5 feet of movement. I don't know if I can. It's 10 foot wide. That's a lot of planning, but I don't think I have the movement.
Fine, they all get pushed back 10 feet in the direction away from you.
10 feet? I guess. Let me double check. That makes full sense.
Oh, each person has to also succeed. Hold on, you choose.
Yeah, 15 feet away from me. They get pushed. And they have to succeed a strength saving throw.
Phoebe also fails that because she automatically fails strength and dex saving throws.
That's fine.
Who does know
And
now?
the monotone from that just automatically.
He's like, Phoebe is just gonna be punished. We're done.
It's fine. Phoebe got pushed back. Talos actually just allows it to push him.
Alright, so I have to roll a strength saving throw?
Yep, or else you get pushed.
16?
That succeeds. So you don't get
Oh.
pushed.
I'm sorry. Your token always reminds me of Hercules for some reason, and with them being pushed back, do not. All I can imagine is Hercules standing there.
Fair enough.
I hate my brain. Sorry, keep going. I'm distracting.
So bonus action, she's just gonna yell out, "You don't leave it by me."
Okay.
I have it on my turn.
This goblin, because we have 2 goblin fighters left before the first of the round, yells out, "I agree with him!" And then
Her.
he's not looking back, and he doesn't care what a halfling is. And he's gonna take a swing at Rangor because he can.
So he agrees, but then he attacks.
Yeah.
He does because you guys haven't said okay.
Nope, but
He's gonna keep attacking. We're gonna keep attacking.
we could have just paused, but no.
Hold on.
I don't want to have to do this. I still can't charge them.
Hold on. That one went to Rangor from this guy right here. Okay. Now this goblin, appearing to be the leader of the 3, yells out, "Hey, what'd you do that for?" And then looks at the first goblin and shoots him with a crossbow.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Inner fighting.
Yep.
Because he attacked them, he punished him, essentially.
I'm gonna pull out a packet of peanuts.
It is Wisp's turn. Who should have actually went way before all of that, but it is Wisp's turn.
Wisp is so confused. Fight, not fight, kill, not kill.
I know, what the hell? There's no
Right?
consistency.
Wisp is. I'm gonna hold my attack. I'm gonna pull out a bag of peanuts. I'm gonna sit down and start. Um. Yeah. I guess if anyone
If
He's
anyone else would have said fighting, I would have ignored them. But since it's so honey, I'm going to listen.
So Reggie's gonna listen.
so it's Freebie's turn, and while you guys are all just
Phoebe, in the next round,
My turn.
fine, make your turn.
I'm
You're letting them argue on your turn. That's all I'm saying.
Pizza is behind me, and so I am going to point at the goblin that has said stop fighting and why do you do that? And I'm gonna scream at Pizza, why are we fighting?
Because they stole our money and tried to murder.
Okay.
Because the stole our money. Why would you just ask that?
Because it's Talos and we've tried multiple times.
And the man you guys keep calling Talos yells back, I didn't steal nobody's money. I turned in the quest fair and square.
Where were you? If we're just ending combat right now, where were you?
What do you mean, where was I? Half a day or so before you all showed up, I took out some people attacking one of the merchants along the way here. I followed the merchant into town, and he showed me where to turn things in at. I made some money.
wow,
What is your name?
son is still intact.
Wait.
He hates Phoebe.
Not your turn, Solo!
I know, but this is technically like one person's turn and then we got on. That's fine.
Wait.
Every start of the turn, if you're in that wind wall, you gotta make a strength saving throw. It will throw your ass.
So, since how Solaris is continuing this, Wisp, the majority of your turn is used up. Is there anything else you need to accomplish before the end of your turn?
I'm just gonna wiggle my finger at Solaris and say, stop, sit down!
Okay. So we're going to go to the next turn, and Phoebe is going to not break the paralysis. And then it would be Solaris' turn. Solaris, how do you react to the situation at hand?
I'm just gonna knock her out technically.
Wait.
She's...
I'm not killing anybody. I'm just
It's
knocking
not a
people out.
reaction spell, but can I cast Charm Person? It's not reaction. I just really want to.
No.
Alright. So, she would attack. Hopefully she lives. It's automatic.
Hopefully she lives.
So, first of all, Solaris, before you do anything, I gotta make you understand there is a wall of wind now directly in front of you between you and Phoebe. Because you chose to resist the spell, you are on one side and they're on another. And if you willingly walk into it, it's gonna throw you. I mean, you can resist it again. That's part of the spell. But that's what...
Just walk through.
Yeah, if you can pass the resistance check, which is a strength save.
Alright, I'm gonna do it. Here we go. Oh, 17.
Look at the two calmest, most peaceful people in our party are the ones that are right now.
Groom's not here!
Stop.
I know, but Peter appreciated it. Enough
The cleanliness is gone!
Because
I'm
it
facing
was
this
supposed
member!
to be Talos, and now apparently it's not.
Oh, it's a different Talos from this past timeline or something. I don't know.
What's a good trick spelling? T-A-L-O-S or T-A-L-O?
This
Alright,
is
so. Yeah.
I am preemptively activating Spirit Shield for Phoebe. No, wait, I can't. I didn't click anything.
No.
I am not activating Spirit
No. Alright, Solaris.
The race is over.
Alright,
By
here
the
we
way,
go.
what?
Here's
Abaddon Talos Reborn. Not with the A.
Wow, that's crazy. Both of those rolls with the 18 for advantage.
Oh my gosh.
So does that hit?
18 definitely hits.
Alright, here's the damage with elemental preparedness. 10. Is she just knocked out now?
Nope. Yeah, that hits.
11, so I'm gonna go with the 27.
Okay. 11 still does not kill, but she is really close.
Oh no, that's not the damage. That was my advantage roll, but yeah.
Oh.
Alright,
9 damage?
9. Yeah. And if she's not done, then I'm going to burn a key point just to do this one more time.
Yeah, she's not down yet.
24 hits?
Y'all been so lucky even ain't there.
And you are
One
aware that you
damage?
should be getting advantage each time you attack on it because of the...
Oh yeah, that's what I've been doing, yeah. Because
Okay.
it rolled 18 twice on the first one. I was like, okay, that's crazy. And then this one was like 27, then 11.
You know, just gonna. Is stunning strike only until the next?
Yeah, that's the thing. Because BB went, and then time went.
End of the end of Solaris' next turn.
So she took 10 damage. Is she still up for this, my third attack?
No, the 10 finally... The third attack finally kills her.
Well, it should knock her out.
Knocks her out, yes.
I have spared the die. If she dies, she dies. I'll take it.
Alright.
Just kind of my turn. Die. It's fine to have the
Now, yeah. Yeah, so now knocking her out and making sure that his teammates are safe, he ends his turn, just goes into a stance to say, okay. And just realize that there's goblins like, oh, where did they show up?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah! They're more than ambition.
He doesn't like her.
All my key points were burned for that attack. So
Rangor, it's your turn.
Alright, I growl at the goblin, but I will walk over to Sohani and sit next to her.
Okay. Salhani, it is your turn.
If I now have to do this, I'm gonna walk over to the die.
She's not officially dead. Solaris didn't kill her, just knocked her out.
Okay, well then we'll give her a level 1 cure wounds.
Okay.
Still unconscious, right?
She'll still be unconscious, but she is clearly just like, ow.
You can roll that.
I'm not even gonna roll it right now, unless somebody wants to continue beating the crap out of her.
I like the stuff I want to solo in the shit.
Wisp has a free action to roll an unarmed attack against Solaris and hit, because he won't dodge. No, I'd do it for Wisp.
So Honey does it and Wisp does
Okay. Solaris, you get hit in the back of the head gently with a helmet. And then Wisp feels really bad and runs over and picks up her hat.
I thought we removed
picks
her.
it up, dusty bound.
Sort of.
duck it down, places it daintily on my head again.
I rolled a net 20 on string.
Yeah, he did.
This fucker.
Except for you still sent it to me, so nobody else can see it. But yes, he did roll a nat 20.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, man.
It's -1.
Oh!
String feet. I rolled a net 20.
Yeah.
You said it wouldn't hurt, then you maybe won't be stuck.
Solaris trips as this tiny little pebble kicks him in the shin, and he kind of falls prone for a moment. Let's just say this group is very punny.
But I am going to stand in front of the 2 goblins that are behind me, like arms out, like blocking.
The goblin that is still conscious looks over and goes, "Hey, does this mean the fight's over? I mean, I wasn't really explaining this, but the guy over there with the weird looking face, that looked kind of like a bird, he said he'd give us all kinds of money when it was over.
How about I give you your life and your legal?
I mean, that's cool too. I just got beat the crap out of to save my life, I guess, but yeah."
Not him. He's not self-defense.
What?
Peter is like, what the fuck happened? This is Halo. He has not denied that he is not Talos.
Actually, he looks at you. Hey, I ain't Talos, man. My name's Avedon.
Why did you claim that you killed the entire camp when you only destroyed some people that were attacking some merchants?
I didn't say nothing about a camp. I said I helped the merchant from some bandits, and I escorted that merchant to town.
That 500 gold was to try and kill the entire camp.
Well, you know what the guys in the city thought, or what the guys in the city thought. I made no bad claims. I didn't lie to them. There was no lies. The merchant told me, here, we're going to go to this guy and we're going to tell him the story. The merchant did all the talking. I got 500 gold and 2 rings, which I very nicely sold at a very good deal to that gentleman over here beating the crap out of my partner here.
This should be our gold and our rings, because we just risked our entire lives trying to destroy this camp, which we did successfully. Are you going to give us that gold and those rings?
At this rate, you owe me money. Man, you told me I'm going to come out here for a job, and then you attacked me out of nowhere. You didn't even explain the job.
I am going to take out my rainbow cloak and gently drape it over Peter.
I'm going to throw off the cape.
But it's already landed on you. Like,
That doesn't matter. I'm going to take off the cape. I'm going to calmly take off the cape.
Calmly, yes, really.
Yes. Now,
I'm gonna like try to sneak it on.
I use the entire time. Do something again. He's just, yeah, do not. You know what? He's just going to cast heat. No.
Oh no!
He's going to move 5 feet away from you.
Oh, no.
If you go towards him again, do not. Slide going to walk around to Abaddon. Give us the damn money. We almost died.
I feel like we're robbing them right now.
That's kind of what's going on. You guys are.
Fucking stole our money in the first place.
I stepped in front of
They,
you.
they stole our money in the first place.
Maybe, how about we see if he even has the money? Have you even seen if he has it yet?
He said he admitted to it.
But did you see it?
Do you have the money? Abaddon. Fucking goblin without a hand.
I'm sorry, that's
Do
funny.
you have the money?
He goes, hey, look, man, I spent it already, all right? I was looking up how to kill some dragons. I mean, I can tell you about how to kill the dragons. Well, I'm telling you, I read some books. And then I had to hire some.
500 gold on books.
Well, then I had to outfit my team here so that we can go kill some dragons. So, I bought them all some gear.
Can I roll an insight on him for that?
Sure.
Yeah, likewise. This is
23.
16.
Yep, he looks completely legit.
I'm going to turn to Mizu and I say, does that mean he's going to be our team member?
I sure as hell hope not.
Guy goes, look, man, I don't even know who you are. All right. See, my guy, he gave me this body a little while ago and said, hey, you do you, but listen to me. And I need you to go kill this dragon. And so I'm doing what he says, and I'm going to go kill some dragons.
You just possessed a dead body.
Well, that's not exactly how it happened.
He
He
got reincarnated into this weird different body.
No, man, this is my body. I've been this way.
Then
For how long?
how long?
Well, for my whole life, as far as I can remember.
That's
I mean, he's
not
not
the
lying.
question.
Even if he was reincarnated, he has been
Well,
in that body his whole life.
I know.
Oh, that's true.
Like 1 day, 2 days, what? Like how long? How old are you?
Man, I don't know exactly. I can't remember them details. I ain't so smart, you know what I mean? I just
How many times has the sun gone down?
a lot. I don't know.
Alright. How about this? If you don't remember, this guy's gonna keep stabbing you.
Well, you see,
Zip it, Ringor.
No.
uh,
We rightfully earned that 500 gold. Also, we almost died. You almost died, Sahani. Rangor almost died. I almost died.
We almost died because of my fault. It was my fault that we almost died. Not his. Mine.
You guys are taking a very long time. Is everything okay?
Yeah.
as you guys see Ethan show up.
Ethan. You know what? No, I'm doing it now. Ethan, why did you... So you said you wanted to go into that group of bandits because you just decided that. Also, what was the other reason? Also, why have you just been being on this entire time?
Oh no. Oh no. All right, I'm back.
Oh my god.
I heard most of what Peter was saying, I think. I didn't hear much of what Ethan replied.
I mean, don't worry, I posted in the Discord what he replied.
Oh.
I have a not-good spell.
From here, I'm not going to repeat it. If you want any, I'm not going to repeat it.
Or, by the way, we are so happy that you really are ahead of me. Your work has been helping us a lot.
Ah.
That's more than crazy fast right there.
Is that still up? Like you can just wow, this guy just ran up to my face and just said he's never called me for all this shit. Well fuck you. But no.
Oh, turn from
Yeah. Stage 4. This is exactly what you get brought up in stage 4. You do it from here.
yeah, I know. Yeah,
Sure. No, I don't think you can. I don't think it works that way. But
where does the right fit on?
all right.
Sorry, I need to understand your accent in English.
Okay.
Oh, no need to like that. Oh my god. Ethan, her. It's more than my favorite anyway.
You know what?
So on that note, you should ask about the merch.
On that note, you all smell a very foul smell.
Foul smell.
Foul in what sense?
The goblins are clearly cooking something, and it does not smell good.
Still going strong?
Oh yeah, her and Telos are next to each other. It's the other three goblins. They're in the back, just kind of. They started a campfire and they're cooking something. Yeah, sure. She wakes up. It's like, hey, what are you doing? Absolutely. If he gets advantage, you automatically land the shin kick. Your choice, Solaris. Okay. She kind of sort of nods.
I'll walk up to her, put my head on Sola's shoulder. Okay, I remove my mask and nothing really good.
But to be fair, I use
All of
punches.
this wants, huh?
I use punches.
That's good. So, did all these water soldiers like less than 10-minute IMs, really strong, really weak, pretty good at me? What do you got, Solo?
She's nodding her head. She looks like she is still ready to just completely pass out as it is. Like, there's nothing she can do. She is just like half freaking dead and just kind of moving her head. Yes. Yeah.
She's kind of limp, and then like one arm just kind of flailing.
You gotta confess to the truth. That was a trick you made. That's great. Oh, how sweet.
If you're AIS,
Oh, hey, Johnny crazy.
I need nothing.
Oops.
At all. He just started to run like he was walking at Alabama.
Help!
I'm having so hard of crashing. It's such a chaotic. Oh. Can you just help me back to town and yes, come back to town.
You guys, you guys notice as Wisp is chuckling to herself quietly.
But I'm perfectly fine, and I have almost all my spells left. Like,
The only spells that are normal at times silver are normal. After what? After yesterday when I just battled Curazel? And then everybody else was like, guys, did you get me good? And Faye's like, nope, I gave you 5. I'm like, okay, I am out of here. Get her back down to Curazel.
The goblins go, "Hey, hey, everybody! We got some of this jerky over here. Any of you all want some?"
it's good. But
Where's Jerky?
All right, Wisp, here. Or sorry, dwarf. Here's some jerky for you too. And they start tossing you some. It lands a few feet in front of you.
I already ate most of it.
They're like, "Hey, that was perfectly good. I got that off a dead man this morning."
it's totally fine.
At least somebody's eating it with them.
Yeah, Wisp is mindful. Wisp knows what his life is for.
I'm like 90% sure that I'm not eating another dwarf. I'm not eating another dwarf. Like I'm like,
Well, no dwarf. It might have touched a dwarf's foot last, but it ain't no dwarf.
that's fine. But how many dwarf scores? Is she 11?
Wow. That's
Go Wisp.
I spent looking at animals previously and just saw Curazel was really dead. Or Wisp, that is true.
So that was jerky, as I said. It's fine.
Yeah.
So another thought, there might be others that might be out close and maybe got hit by the dwarf and might be looking out for other things and might come after them. Yeah. So it might be only out close that is causing it.
What do you suggest? You got a magic spell for me to do that or something?
You can put on the mana.
You got a spare one lying around? I kind of ran out of money. All right. Well, we'll figure this out, and you guys watch as all 3 goblins near the fire cast disguise self. They all look like dwarves now.
Wisp gives them the thumbs up.
Awesome. And what's that? You need some more shoe leather? Rangor doesn't get a vote. He's too busy chewing on his shoe leather. Uh-oh. Sounds like Salhani is trying to pick a fight with your party. Yep. No, that Rangor's sitting next to the fire. All right. So if everybody leaves, the goblins stand up and follow you all from a distance. They don't even care that the fire's still going. They just walk off and follow you all. The goblins yell out, "Hey, I'm cool with that as long as we get paid." Goblins say, "Oh yeah, yeah. See, so Phoebe's over there and Avedon, they hired us. You know, they got us some good gear here. We just barely started using. You know, it's still kind of shiny. Ah, you know, they bought us this gear to go kill dragons." Well, I don't know about you. Like, there's this red dragon been flying around. That's what we're going after. So, the red dragon. Oh, go ahead. Goblins look back. Does that mean you're not paying us anymore? I mean, well, I thought you were going to pay them and they were going to pay us, and we are all going to be living happy. Anyways, you guys finally show up at the town, and the guards are like, hey, what's going on with the injured one? I thought you guys got rid of all the bandits. Well, Raz, doesn't look like any of y'all dead. I suppose we can let you all in. It's a very busy street. Not much capability of talking without yelling. So, sorry, I had to sneeze. So you all head over to the tavern. Um, busy tavern opening. It looks like most of the tables are taken. Bartender says, "Hey, we don't let you just drop anybody in here. There's a fee for that." All right, that's a room for a night. Have her out by the morning. Oh, I'm assuming you want a room too. Uh, what kind of medicine she need? I'm sure I can find something. Yeah, I definitely got enough slobs around here. We can rustle up some cloth somehow. She's a goblin. Y'all hear something? What's Chubby over there trying to say? I don't understand them dwarven kinds. The bartender says, "Thank you, little lass. I appreciate the patronage. I tell you what, drinks are on me for you for the rest of the night. Whatever you want. Uh, the room, I'll put her in the room. I'll make sure she gets a priest." I wasn't talking to you, elf, but no, you're very kind words coming from you. I really wish I could be more polite to your kind. You got your elves been blessful in my life, unlike these hideous dwarves stealing and killing all of our people. Yeah, it's probably about noonish. Oh, she's mostly passed out until you're all out and Mitsu does her thing and comes out way after you. Yeah. Says, thank you. Thank you very kindly. We really like your hobbit-like folk. You didn't have lunch. Do you want some food? We got some to go. Hobbit-sized meals. Free. Alright. The bartender goes, "What's this child doing here?" And he looks at Ethan and he goes, yeah, I got some food I can sell you. What are you interested in? Are you talking about this guy with the bird mask? Oh, no problem. Hey, bird mask guy. What?
That's something
Living. Um. Well, I got some raw meat, if that's what you're asking for. I mean, we don't necessarily have live animals in here. There's some chickens out back.
how much?
Oh, sure. Yeah, 50 silver, man. All right.
But and it makes me notice on every part you put the most drained blood and then the sickest chicken for everyone else.
But let me let me.
Okay. I'm just saying we're listening if that's the case.
All right.
All right. So while they're deciding how to pray for this bird, Rangor, by the way, as Peter pulls this chicken by the neck out of the cage, you happen to see this tiny little chick, a little yellow one, just pop out of the cage.
I don't want that one, sir.
The chick stares at you and peeps. Peter's ma- Peter starts salivating at the sight of this baby chick. You guys look, and Rangor is literally drooling. You can't tell if it's because of the chick or the chicken. He's just staring and drooling.
The unicorn come out.
No, this is just as you come out, you happen to notice Rangor sitting there, drool coming down the side of his face. Oh, yes. You guys. Peter has the chick by one or the by his neck, and it's over here sweet talking the chicken.
Yeah, Rangor in the tavern.
Oh, bartender says, that little runt, it was in there because that was its mother, and we don't really take care of chicks around here, so I let its mom do it. So I'll ask for about 2 silver if you're cool with that. You can keep it. Otherwise, I gotta see if it'll attach to a different chicken. All right, thanks.
You're not so honest then, sweetheart.
Too late. Don't look in Discord. You know, Salhani has seen what a chicken looks like and can change into a chicken at night. Somebody's got to teach the baby chick how to eat. And if you combine Salhani with Rangor, you have at least 6 hours. And I bet Rangor can summon a bunch of chickens. So we're good. Yes. It is a chicken. They are also very stupid creatures. Oh, I forgot all about that. Yeah, I'll give you a small. How much do you need? Or do you have any containers on you? Wow. Yes. Ethan would totally go back to that particular type of church. And there happens to be one in this town. So. That's almost the right face. Let's see. A water skin's about 15 copper. The church is not going to charge for their blessed water, so you can have up to 2 water skins. I mean, so if you want to fill yours. Sure. All right. So is the team ready to leave then? Okay. Uh-oh. What's up, Solhani? I will say that Telos is overall religious enough, or sorry, Selhani is overall religious enough that there's a possibility that he could potentially help create holy water. On the same note, Telos has not asked his god for the ability and or power to do so as of yet. But on this, you do happen to have a party member who is in direct contact with one of their gods and could potentially ask for the same ability. So that's potentially 2 of you that might be able to do it. Okay. So, you are off. By the time you guys get past the battle area, because Ethan wanted to go on this side, no, and you guys wanted to go do that stuff, and you're all arguing about what to do, it's getting close to nightfall. You guys have spent a whole day, so we're going to just say that you guys sleep most of the night. By one last chance, before you guys leave, since how it is almost 11 p.m. or end of game time. Are you guys going to buy a horse as a party, or multiple horses, or something of that nature, before you leave town? Yeah, for one horse and a cart, but that's a decent horse. That's not like a mule that's going to pull it, which you can get less expensive horses. It's just that was a good cart horse. 60 gold into it. You guys can. Okay. The cart itself is only 15 gold. It's 75 gold total, so that's 60 for the horse. Okay, so Rangor spends 15 gold. Okay, there are multiple horses if you guys want. You can't go much faster, but you can pull a lot more weight. In case you guys want to start stacking the cart with, dead bodies again or something. You can travel during the day with the horses now, or the night, whichever you choose, one or the other. But the horses still need to rest.
Yeah, sure. It works with what my plan was for the card anyway. After every battle, just start strapping bits of metal to the outside of it and turn it into a peg.
Need enough force for that.
Eventually, yeah.
Okay, it's an extra 5 gold to have a wagon that is capable of being covered, and it's only about 10 silver to buy the covering. Okay. Yeah. And I will tell you guys now, this wagon is a 10 by 5 wagon. So you have enough room for whatever you want to put in the back that's 10 feet by 5 feet by another 6 feet tall. Plus, whoever, 2 people can be sitting on the front of it for driving. So you guys got to figure out how to make that work to your favor. Well, you could be in the front of the wagon where the guy is driving it. I mean, I guess you could technically be on the top, but you might damage the very weak tarp. It's not fully wooden. It's just like a tarp cage over the top. Okay. I assume by that you're going to drive. Okay. One other person can also sit in that cart spot with you. Oh. So Solani's going to be casting Landstride over and over again. Oh, by the way, that 75, the initial payment was also for 1 week's worth of food for the horse. So you have to make room for a little bit of room inside the cart for the horse's food, which is, I'm assuming you guys are going to be sitting on the bales of hay. But Ethan's bag of holding is rather small last I checked. But right. It would be easier just to right. No. Big rectangle blocks. You can even carve yourself a butthole in it. And just kind of sit. It would be itchy for Solaris, wouldn't it? Ethan puts a handful in his bag and calls it good. Fair enough. Yeah, I bet. Too many men. I get it. I mean, I've ridden in a covered vehicle with a bunch of guys. It does not smell pretty by the end of the day. Rangor sounds experienced with this. Needless to say, if you guys need a partner, whether it be man or beast, Rangor's available. Anyways, this was a great spot to end for the night, being it's so late. Good job. You guys got completely distracted again. Peter's fault this time. I let it be simple. He died. Telos died. It's now Abaddon. A different Talos. Oh, sure. He was very talkative. What's that? Absolutely. Yes, they're in the cart. Sell honey. Wisp is walking next to Mitsu. Fine. Wisp is in the cart. And Wisp is still in her cloak of cuddles. She was laughing. Did do it.
Yes, we could find it funny.
Oh no. Ouch. So in the middle of the night, Peter sneaks out to go get food. Like he tells everybody he's going to go get food, but he just keeps going. Doesn't come back. He left in the middle of the night. You talked about going to Perth at one point.
Yeah, no. The group was going to Perth. He's not going to Perth.
You were the only reason why the group was going there.
A major thing. So it wasn't.
So the base
The Mages are to the far east, whereas Perth is to the south.
Oh, never mind. I thought those were the same place. I thought we were going to the Mages place.
That's what the team is heading to. Yeah.
Okay, you're going to the Mages. Okay, you're going to the Mages place. Okay.
Perth is south near the Dragon area, so they will eventually go to Perth, which gives Peter time to think about his life and these people time to find him and everything else. So that's not saying that is where he's going. That's just giving an idea where he could have possibly go. I will talk to Barry about locations later. Okay.
Yeah. He's immortal. He's not going to spend that immortality either.
Hard. I tried really hard to keep the peace just now.
Yeah. I mean, me as the character, yeah, sure. That was not me as the character, but me as the player. Yeah, that would have been awesome to beat vampirism, but I am not. I am not Peter.
Yeah. Well, even then, it has been shown over the last couple of games that the Peter character has been definitely debating this for a while now. So, and I think he's even tried to ditch out a few times throughout the entirety of the game. So, this is not abnormal. So,
Okay, I just got it back on. What happened?
Peter left the game.
Yeah, I heard is
Yeah, shit happened.
Oh,
Peter
that's
got
great.
pissed. Peter left in the middle, and then
no, no, no.
he's
I
gone.
heard.
He's just playing with you.
Damn it. He's gonna.
Okay.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah, that was a big roll up. Nat 20 on that deception.
Oh, think about freaking Graham when he finally comes back. Peter's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. He's the only vampire in the video.
And he tried to make us believe that he wasn't.
Yeah.
Really, Ethan, you're so good at being a vampire. Oh, God.
He could be sneaking around trying to. We lost our furnace. Can't melt stuff down anymore.
That's right. You lost a lot of things.
Yep.
Radiant sun bolt.
Yeah, Brady.
Everybody just had brains to get Peter's face. Oh, no.
Is he deep?
Probably.
Yeah, because that was my heavy boxing version.
I had some of the goblins.
I ate like earlier that day while I was waiting for everyone to show up in the first place. So brains before and I got sick off it because the guy gave me worse.
I'm going to assume at David's house that Ethan was left. Hey, David?
Yes. Ethan was able to eat at David's house. Alfred definitely allowed stuff like that. Just David was not there to be found. He had taken off already.